unmute my mic, and we are hopefully live. So getting started with the electronics and wiring today. Last stream we were able to get the mini stealth burner tool head installed. Had a little bit of trouble in a couple parts, particularly with this little hex nut that you have to glue into the motor plate. By the time I got the tool head pretty much fully installed and I put the screw that hex nut screws into, it actually pushed it out. So I had to take things apart a couple of times and get it put back together and make sure it was glued in and would stay in, but we seem to be pretty good on that. Trying to check out the stream quality, make sure everything's okay there. Hopefully the audio is sounding good. It looks good on my end, but yeah, we are going to get into the electronics today. So it's possible that we could get some moving parts today. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get all the config done, but since this is kind of a pre-configured thing, you know, we might be able to get Clipper installed and get it moving. If not, that will be probably the next stream. So let's go ahead and dive into things. Switch over to the desktop. And yeah, we're getting into the electronics and wiring. So if we kind of take a look at what we have in here, I need to get my cursor into this browser window. Here we go. We are going to be putting the back panel on, which is kind of nice and exciting. Get that installed. We're going to be prepping all the mounts for the Raspberry Pi and for everything else. And the DIN cleats, get those mounted on the back panel, get the PSU set up, get the fan mounts set up, and then we'll do the AC voltage. Get that fed over to the different places that need it. And since we have the umbilical, a lot of these small areas where we're connecting things like fans and stuff like that, a lot of that will be kind of already broken out for us and will be a little bit different than what's in the manual. Yeah, we need to get the extruder motor, the A motor, B motor, Z motor set up and get everything into, we have a Pico, if I'm not mistaken. I've got our SKR Pico right here. And then we also, instead of a regular Raspberry Pi, we have a Big Tree Tech Pi V1.2. So this is an alternative that you can get for about, I think, 45 bucks right now, which considering the price of a Raspberry Pi could be upwards of 100 or 150. You know, this could be a good deal. The Pis are supposed to be coming back down in price. We'll see. I still haven't been able to get one for anywhere near kind of stock prices, but yeah, electronics and wiring, get everything hooked up. All the wires from the Formbot kit come pre-lengthened and pre-crimped, so it should be fairly straightforward. Don't have to do a whole lot of crimping. I can imagine if any of the wires are way too long, maybe we'll crimp some down, but in the very beginning, I'm just going to get stuff kind of set up. Let's get the PSU cover on, and that's it for electronics. So I'm going to go ahead and tweet out that we are live. And share it on Steve, Build Swarm, and Modbot. So if anybody wants to watch some Voron building, they can hop into the chat and do so. All right, tweet sent. Switch back to main so I don't show Discord. I don't open Steam. And share this on Steve's forum in the self-promotion chat, and share it in Modbot in the self-promotion chat, and finally in the Polymaker, who is live now chat. Steve shared his before, or somebody shared Steve's stream before that, and yeah, we can hopefully get started with the build. Looks like maybe we have one viewer. If you want to chime in, that's fine. If you want to lurk, that's fine as well. But oh, one thing I did print out that's going to be a little bit normal from stock are these little cable management doodads. So these are basically sort of a copy of what LDO includes in a lot of their kits. This STL is available on a number of different file sharing sites, so you can pick this up if you do want to use it, but they come in 2 different sizes. I will say that since they print vertically like this, the layer lines are right along kind of where the stress is put on these parts, so I found that I have to kind of slide them on and off as opposed to kind of doing what I typically do with this type of conduit, which is just kind of plop it over the side. I just noticed that whenever I try to do that, I tend to break these little fingers, so these kind of just help you hide and sort some of the wires in such a way that makes everything nice and visually pleasing. So I have that. Other differences, I can't really think of much. We're going to be going off the manual, and then Formbot presumably has things set up to the manual, with the exception of the fact that we're going to use the umbilical. So let's go ahead and switch back over to that manual, and we'll get started with the build. So looks like we need to first get this panel in. We've got a bunch of preloaded nuts in here, so it looks like there's 3 on each side. So let me go to the overhead cam, and hopefully everything's set up nicely for that guy. Yeah, you can still see the manual and me. So the panels so far, and what I've dealt with from the Formbot kit, seem pretty nice. They are polycarbonate. They do come with this plastic as opposed to that kind of papery stuff on them. Polycarbonate, it's obviously nice. You can't really cut it yourself with the laser cutter. From what I've heard, it actually puts off really, really bad fumes and can be potentially deadly, if not just very hazardous for your health. But they come off super, super easy. Give you guys a nice peel. Give a like for the peel. And I initially didn't think that one of the sides was covered, but it is. It just has this clear plastic on the other side. So that peels off so easily compared to a lot of the kind of more paperback stuff. I'm not sure if this is, if it's because this is polycarbonate that it has a different backing material, but I just know it takes a lot of people like upwards of 5 minutes just to get one of these panels peeled. So very much enjoying that. I've told the story multiple times. So one of the first 3D printer kits I built was a Tron XY X1, and it had a little console that was made out of acrylic, black acrylic, and it maybe took me like 2 hours to build the whole printer, and it took an additional 1 hour just to freaking get all that polycarbonate or all that acrylic peeled off. So I really enjoy when it's got a nice easy peel. So let me see if it's going to be any better for you guys to be zoomed in for this part. It looks like we need 3 M3 screws, and make sure I have it oriented correctly. I do not. It's flipped. So the side with the extra screw holes, which I think is just for the if you want to use a Mobius Bowden extruder, that's what these 2 holes are for. So I did not preload those 2 nuts, so we don't need those. So it's just 2 up top ones, these and these, that we need to screw in. So let's get our M3 screws. And our M2 driver. And these are M3x8s, and 3x8s are just long enough, or 3x6, excuse me. So like they don't spread in very far at all before they end up kind of bottoming out. One, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what these 2 holes are for. I haven't looked that far into the manual to see. If anybody does hop in, let me know how loud the music is. And I can turn that down a little bit. I think I might. And if I can turn it up, let me know. So I'm hoping this will be fairly fast, like relatively speaking, compared to some of the other portions of the build. The frame took me a while, the tool head took me a little while. The belts didn't take me quite as long as I had expected, but definitely kind of pick up steam. I've noticed as I've been building this, it felt kind of slow in the beginning, and then kind of every major step forward, it felt like it got faster. And I'm just untightening these to make sure that everything is nice and squared up in terms of this edge. One guy is still tight here. So just squaring up the sides right here. Pull that down and retighten everything. But from this view, hopefully you guys can see how much the umbilical kind of makes wiring a whole lot easier. In a regular V0 kit without this umbilical mod, all the wires just kind of come down in the bundle right here and all dump out, and then you have to kind of sort them, crimp them, cut them to length and all that kind of stuff. But the umbilical mod just kind of gives you a nice clean path with this kind of pre-made cable. I guess you could technically order these separately, these Molex connectors, and crimp them yourself. That would be kind of cool if you wanted to do maybe some individually sleeved cables and or like a nicer sleeve than what comes on it. But it breaks everything out really nicely, so all you have to do is just run a few wires down to your board. So what is the next step? We are going to start prepping for the Pi installation. There is some heat set inserts, so let's go ahead and get that part done very quickly. I've got the soldering iron, heated up, and I think it's this little piece right here. Well, two pieces, but this piece is the one that needs the heat set inserts. Looks like it needs 4 of them, and we need to orient it so the kind of extrusion gripping piece is face down. 4, so we're running low on these heat set inserts. I don't think I used any unnecessarily. There were none that haven't been like threading any well or anything like that, but you can definitely see that you're not getting a ton extra of these particular components in this kit. Cable issues. I did show last stream that I had the printed pieces for the Vector 3D BLHP vertical linear heat press. It's just his version of a heat sink or heat press rig like this. I bought the files from him and I've been self-sourcing the parts. He does sell kits if you're in the EU or close, but the shipping, he said, is just disproportionately costly for shipping to the US. So he recommends self-sourcing at the moment until he can find a vendor that will be able to get them and sell them. So I shouldn't need a soldering iron for quite a while now, or after this. So let's just get it completely set out of the way. And we've got a little bit of space now to get this stuff set up. So let's get our electronics out of the box. First, we have our SKR Pico. You can also use a SKR E3 V3, I think is the other option. It's a little bit bigger of a board, but I think this kind of just has exactly what you need and not a whole lot extra. So there is this guy, I don't know if we'll need it, and there is a USB. Then there is a bunch of jumpers, some mounting hardware, and then of course a rubber ducky, which I just flung across the room. So a lot of very Victory tech stuff comes with the rubber ducky. I've got a couple boards from them. I've got another one of these pies that I'm about to unbox from them. And they always include a duck. Some kits don't include the duck. I'm not exactly sure why. But both of our accessories do include the duck. This one's not so squeaky. There we go, good squeak. This does come with a wireless antenna that presumably needs to get stuck onto something. Yeah, it's got some 3M tape on the back. It comes with a heatsink to put across the processors, microchips, and it comes with this ribbon cable. I'm not sure if we're going to end up needing that at all. But it's a pretty nice looking board. All the electronics so far from Victory Tech that I've experienced have been looking pretty good. Just nice aesthetically pleasing, the black PCBs, some nice silk tracing on there. Just, you know, give you a nice aesthetic. Like this heatsink looks really good. I think in one of the first unboxing streams, I was joking with folks that it kind of looks like an Asus motherboard or something like that. Just the way it's got like a cool color scheme. So yeah, that's our electronics. And we're going to start to prepare everything. Firstly, it looks like the Pi. So interestingly enough, the footprint for this Victory Tech Pi is actually a little bit different than your standard Pi. So I had to print out a different mount for it. So as you can see, just one of the screws seems to be kind of offset. Hello, Chris. Just stopping by, can't stay long. I'm deciding on the board I want to use for my nav. One of the BTT boards with the built-in Pi. Okay, yeah, so they've got, of course, this is the standalone Pi, which is meant to be a kind of a dead stop replacement for a Pi. It's a little bit different, like the Ethernet and the USB is swapped. The footprint for the screw mounts I was talking about is different. The GPIOs on the other side. But then they also have boards which are kind of like a board like this with a Pi built into it. And then they have boards like this that's like a Manta, I think, that has a spot for one of the either their own compute module or ones that Raspberry Pi makes. So there's a lot of options in lieu of not having, you know, stock Raspberry Pis. So yeah, the Manta, I've heard pretty good stuff about it. I've seen a couple people use them in switch fires when they can't really source a Pi. But from my experience with Victory Tech, I've bought a number of their stepper drivers. I've bought obviously a couple of their boards in the Pi now. They actually sent me their Nomi, which is the little display, which I'm going to have a video out soon. I've been changing the colors and doing some C programming to get some of that stuff working, but I've had pretty good experience with Victory Tech so far. So yeah, pretty happy with everything I've used from them. Specs wise, I think it's good. How many drivers do you need for your build? It's Core XY, so AB, extruder. How many Z drives are you going to use for that build? Same as V0? Okay. So it's a cantilever bed as opposed to a trident style bed. But yeah, I just needed to make sure I printed out the right mounts for this. So the mounts for the Pico is actually exactly the same as the mount for the Pi. So I will use one of these Pi mounts for the Pico. And then one of the specially printed mounts for the other one. So it looks like we need to get these mounted to our little DIN cleat snap-on guys. So it comes with these little cleats, which you glue or attach to your printer somehow. Then you get your electronics piece attached to this. There's a part that kind of has a natural flux in it. and you can stick the one side in and then pop the other in, and it works pretty well. It seems to secure the electronics pretty easy. I could shift it around if I want, but see, Chris, 95% of the same hardware as a V0, just removing the printed parts. Yeah, cantilever bed. The rest of the parts I'm waiting for should be here Tuesday. Awesome. Are you going to be posting a lot of updates on Twitter or anywhere? Because I would like to keep up with that. Or do you have a GitHub or anything? Or are you just kind of getting it together and building it? I don't know if you intended on like kind of publicly publishing it. It's hard to say. Publicly publishing. Weird placements of L's. Okay, so let's get our Pi set up. So that's going to go on this way. And later on, which way will the Pi be facing? Downwards. So like this. I don't know what we're going to be doing with it yet. Gotcha. So we need this piece facing up. And then board positioning. You can adjust the vertical location of the control board and Pi by selecting different mounts. Let's just go with like the bottommost and the corresponding. So we need some self-tapping M2s. And these are our Phillips head. Let me get it started on this guy first. I think it's the one right by the T. And get them set into the little cleat mount. Then I'll back it off just to get them flush together and then start rescrewing them down. An interesting little system. It does rely on some VHB tape, very high bond tape. From 3M, which is included in the kit. And so yeah, this will clip onto this, as I already demonstrated. Pretty clever design. I like it a lot. So now we need to load up the cleats with some tape. Oh, that's got an adhesive smell to it. So it doesn't look like this is official 3M tape. It doesn't have any branding on it. Here's my Scotch branded VHB tape. Looks like it's like 3/4 inch. Maybe a little bit more. But that's interesting because our cleats are significantly skinnier. So we might have to cut it kind of a bit differently. I wonder if I can cut it in half and have it cover 2 cleats. Get out my scissors. One thing I've noticed with working with this is the cleaner cuts you get, the easier it is to get the stuff off the backing off of the tape. If you kind of mangle the cuts a lot and you fold the backing kind of under or onto the adhesive, it makes it really difficult to get off. And one, second one, and two. So yeah, the width of the tape is definitely wider than these cleats, but that's okay. We've got scissors. The best way I found to get the backing off is just to use a hobby knife and just kind of tease away at the back until it lifts up. Peel it back. I've tried going at it with tweezers, my fingernail, a bunch of stuff like that, and it tends to just not work out all that well. Do I need to take these off now? I guess so. What I think I'm going to do is get everything attached together and then have the electronics actually mounted on these cleats and then place it all together. Hopefully you can see how easily that came off compared to some of the trouble I've had in the past. So I'm going to get the Pi mounted. This guy. That's going to use our M10 or M210 self-tapping. And from what I've seen in other people's builds, these tend to be a little bit too long and will stick out the backside. I mean, there's plenty of clearance, so it doesn't really matter, but it's just something to be aware of. They can be a little bit stabby. Where is that? Phillips head. There it is. And let me do the opposite one so it'll kind of help stabilize stuff. Chris, when you do get your printer done, I'm very interested to seeing it, even if it's just like the first prototype. Having been exposed to a lot more printers than just kind of like Mindel i3 style bed slingers recently, I'm very interested in seeing kind of different aspects of different designs and ideas. I know you said it's mostly taking the V0 kinematic system and then getting rid of the printed parts, but I think that's pretty cool. So I'm having a little bit of problem with the heads of these screws and maybe my over extruded parts. I'll definitely send you pics. Thank you, sir. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I think you can see that sticks out just the tiniest bit. Maybe you can't see. Simpler design. Yeah, that's something about Voron that I think a lot of people have come to realize they don't worry about like simplifying stuff because they don't really have to worry about mass producing things. But at the same time, they make it so that it can be built with like almost completely off the shelf parts, which is an interesting kind of design paradigm. Design paradigm? Is that the right word? Paradigm. It's over-engineered, but engineered in such a way that like most people can find the parts and build one. This bit is not great either. You might have already said the bed size, but could you remind me? Or the build volume? When I hear 10 to 15 hours to build one, I'm like, woo! build volume is the same for the prototype. Okay, so 1:1. What is this? 120 by 120 by 120? It's a small build volume, but honestly, like a lot of individual parts I print and prototype and rapidly prototype will fit on this printer. And since it's enclosed, it has fast heat up time, very low power. I think Mandic really did a interesting video kind of calling out a lot of the folks who try to call out the V0 printer as to like who would want to build such a small printer, where a lot of the i3 industry for a long time was focusing on going bigger, you know, building these massive i3s, 400 plus millimeters, you know, squared in the bed. But for a lot of people, you know, if you're printing cosplay or, you know, stuff that requires a printer that big, that's one thing. But for a lot of people, if you're printing a single part that you just kind of whipped up in CAD and want to iterate through multiple times, it seems like a perfect printer for that. If anything, I might go up to 150 by 150 by 150. Yeah, I think there's like, you know, the printers for ants versions of these printers, just like a Micron and I forget some of the other names, but I think there's like a 180 by 180 by 180, and that's about as big as these small printers should get, I feel. Like once you get up to 200 by 200, they just don't feel like a small agile printer anymore. They feel like kind of the typical i3, which is what, 220 or 235 squared. I think people get into a situation where like they need a larger printer once or every once in a while, and like that justifies them to buy a giant printer, and then you start looking for giant stuff to print, which I did when I got my CR10, you know, printing masks and helmets and stuff. And then after a while, I kind of just fell out of that. Yeah, 400 millimeters squared, 10 minutes just to heat it up. Yeah, oh my gosh, the original CR10 V1 was a 12 volt power source, which meant running more amperage to get that giant bed heated up, and it never stayed like heated up all that well. Like getting it to 60 and keeping it there was always trouble for me. So I guess we're gonna be mounting it like that. Now let's get the Pico mounted. Right when a print fails, you're out of a lot more time and material, yeah. And I used to try to load up the 300 by 300 millimeter build plate on the CR10, and I was using the glass bed back then, which I've kind of moved away from in favor of PEI, and you get one failed part and it would just destroy a whole bed full of stuff. So it's like, do you take the risk of filling up a bed, or do you just print like one or two parts at a time and have to deal with the changeover? So it's beneficial in certain areas, and sometimes I feel like it's not all that necessary. So I need to attach this one to the cleat mount. I think they recommend having all of these JSTs up top and the screw terminals on the bottom. So if I have it mounted like that, and I want these two to be even, I think it'll be the same mounting situation, the bottommost one. Yeah, like that. And I think big printers have their place, obviously, but I think a lot of people kind of get overly fascinated with them. I definitely did. Now I have two 300 millimeter printers, which I rarely use the full volume of. Oh wow, these screw into the PIF parts way easier than they screw into mine. So I definitely had a lot of over extrusion. I need to dial my profile in a bit better. So I do have a profile for the Prusa to print these parts. I'll still be able to print, you know, some stuff a lot quicker on the Prusa because it has a bigger build plate. So I have the LDO kit, the LDO V2, which I want to do a pretty special color scheme with. Whereas this one I went pretty plain with just the black and red. But for the LDO kit, I want to do something a little bit more flashy and cool, I think. All right, last 4 screws on this guy. So right now, for the overhead cam, I'm using a prime lens. So it's a non-zoom lens, but it's very, very wide angle. And then I'm digitally punching in when I feel like it's helpful to get like a better view. And I'm definitely feeling a little jealous of folks that have a zoom lens and the ability to kind of like manually zoom in on stuff. I also watched back some of Modbot's streams, and he kind of has like an either on the desk or over the shoulder setup. I can use this. Set up to C920 down low and see if that helps give any better perspective on stuff, but I'm not sure it does. I don't know, I find myself really wanting to try to optimize stuff. I think some people do come into the streams to kind of see what it's like to do some of the individual steps. I don't presume that everybody's in here to chat with me. They want to see the cool electronics. So this one is a little bit harder to screw into. So presumably after I get these all hooked up, then we can switch over and bring the printer back up. Tighten this one down and then one more screw, I think. Oh, gotta tighten this one. Turn the music up a little bit for me. And one more threaded screw. So looking at, you know, the 3 pieces of hardware I have pulled out, the M2 by 10 self-tapping screws. Looks like we've got about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 left. The M3 by 6, which were some of the more popular screws. We maybe got like 15 or so left. And these threaded inserts, we've got like maybe 10 or so left. So you don't get a ton of extra screws, not like enough to do a whole nother build. But I mean, we almost have a functioning printer so far, and we haven't been short on anything. So I mean, we still have to do all the panels and skirts and such. So knock on wood, but I want there to be enough. I know some people I posted this on Reddit, and a guy was like, I hope it doesn't have enough screws or something like that, because I guess he didn't have a good experience with Formbot, or heard of people having a bad experience with Formbot. And I was like, okay, if that makes you happy, if that's what you came here to say. And he's like, well, they messed up on something a long time ago. And I was like, but why would you ever wish that somebody would get this kit and not have a complete building experience? I don't know. If some of the Formbot kits in the past have been not up to par, that's, you know, one thing that they should be held accountable for. And from what I've heard, whenever people have an issue, they just hit them up on Aliexpress, and within a week they usually have things resolved. But I don't know. I hope that everybody's kit, however cheap it might be, is complete and that they have a good building experience. Okay, so those are all mounted up. We need to look at our PSU. Got it broken out. I did print out a cover for it, so we can take that off for now. But it's got this is a principals users, and it's got the Voron logo on there. I think my smush was a little bit too smushy, so the Voron doesn't come quite across all that well. But yeah, we've got a Meanwell LRS 150/24, so 150 watts, 24 volts. And we need to set our power supply to be on American voltage, or North American. So let's set it to 115 there. And we're going to begin the... Oh, we need to actually mount some stuff. So let's get the printer back up here. We're not going to start on the high voltage just yet. Let me bring old girl back up. Our printers usually girls, like cars, Eleanor. What's the best view for you guys? Like this? And we need to get these guys mounted. So I know I'm gonna want this cable raceway in the middle. And this guy, they kind of want off to the side here. Yeah. You never named your cars? I haven't really either. It seems like a thing that people do. So we want to make sure we have space away from the motors to get these different things in, and also space down low. I think that seems okay. I did bring up a build log that a guy did on the Voron forum, which I didn't know was a thing for a little while, but it is. So I joined and actually started a build log for my build, and this guy has the same kit as I'm building, which is a Formbot V0. So I've kind of chimed in, and this is where I found out about these little cable management guys. So MX Burner, thanks for posting your experience building this and helping out other folks. But it looks like he mounted it pretty much like I'm looking to. I'm trying to look and see if there's any places with the wiring that might make it kind of a little janky if mounted this way. And I can see that this wire going from the power output over here all the way over to this guy is a little not great. So I'm trying to figure out how to remedy that. We don't have a whole lot of cable lengths in terms of the stuff coming out of the umbilical down into the board. But I wonder if we can maybe mount the Pi sideways and move this over a little bit. But then note the USBs are going to be in the way over here. Let me find that cable. PVC parts. Everything's really, really well labeled. I think I've harped on that, but I've been fairly impressed. So motherboard to Clipper Pi. It's interesting they called it the Clipper Pi. So it goes into these screw terminals, it looks like. So it comes out of this guy. It's like the only place that one can go. Oh no, it goes onto GPIO jumpers. Is there any other way to power this? And their GPIO is kind of well colored, which is a cool. So instead of just a blank output that you can't really see what's what, the GPIO pins where they're power and grounds, they have red and black, so you can at least tell where power is. And then there's some other ones that are yellow and blue, so presumably those are for some specific purposes. I don't have my Pi GPIO quite memorized, but there is this little guy on the Voron ruler, which is kind of cool. So it looks like the blue ones are GPIO 0 and 1. The yellow one is 3.3 volts. So there you go. You can easily tell where all the 3.3 volts are, where the 5 volts are, all the grounds, and then GPIO 0 and 1, which are probably the most commonly used GPIOs on a Pi. So that's a nice little feature of the Pi, but it looks like this guy is going to need to be connected to 2 powers and 1 ground. And it's a little bit of a stretch. Can this go under, I wonder? And then through the cable. I spend a lot of time thinking about cable management, which might stretch this stream out to be a little bit longer than necessary. Can I do this? That will pull them very, very close. So maybe not. I can make my own extension. There's a couple different ways to solve this, but I'm not going to worry about it too much more now. I just wanted to try to plan stuff out a little bit. So let's get these guys mounted. Grab the cleats. Snap them in. Set it down for a second. Where's the other one? And snap him in. And have them backwards. I put them backwards. Does that make that easier? I think it does. I think we're going to do that. If we just swap the positions and put the Pi on the other side, then that cable is not extremely limited. Presumably we can still get everything down from the umbilical. It'll be pretty kind of equidistant. And if not, we'll find out sooner or later. Does that make the power cables have to go longer? Does what make it? Swapping them? Yeah, I'm trying to think ahead of anything. So we've got like the Hotend cables coming down. That's a good question. I mean, if it's over here versus over there, what's going to be the longer run, I wonder? The stuff coming from the PSU might be a couple centimeters longer, a few centimeters longer. I've got plenty of VHP tape, so maybe we'll just learn by failing. They're down. We're going to find out. And I need to get this heat sinks on there before we start running a bunch of wires. What did I do with my... We're doing it live. Hobby knife seems to be the best way to get all these little pieces off. So that is down. Did the Pi come with some heat sinks? Oh, maybe they did. Maybe they did not. Or did the SKR come with heat sinks rather? Blocking the camera with my big old head. No, it doesn't look like it. All right, and then I'll stick some VHB tape to the back of this guy, and he'll just kind of sit in the middle. But at the very least, this one wire run will be cleaner, Chris. We'll see if it messes up anything else. And let me hop back over to the manual. Oh, you get some retweets. Chris retweeted. Thank you, Chris. We got our input voltage set. Now we need to get this guy on there. And it's just wide enough. So I'm just going to do 2 strips. This isn't really holding much weight. I was going to stream a little bit earlier, but then tested.com, or the YouTube channel of Adam Savage, posted a video where he builds a model with another model builder from Industrial Light and Magic, so another guy who worked on Star Wars a long time ago, and I got completely enthralled in that. It was really cool just kind of seeing 2 guys who spend a lot of time in an industry and have a lot of like common thinking, but then their own kind of ways of doing certain stuff work together. I know one of the comments was like, it's like watching 2 jazz artists, like 2 great jazz artists work together and kind of jam and riff. And it definitely felt like that. It was cool to see them just doing a lot of problem solving, I guess. come off, come off. There we go. And we're gonna plop you right smack dab in the middle. And next we need to flip things over. Which is made a little bit difficult by the umbilical, so I might just detach it. Which is made harder by the fact that I already did the relief. Come on. I will say these are pretty dang hard to get disconnected. Well, it's still going to be too tall. So that's just something to think about. Maybe the PSU could go on before this? I don't know. So Voron recommends if I reorient this to the same way they have stuff. They recommend it going across this way and pretty much being stuck up in this far corner. So I guess you have plenty of length to run cables. And then I figured I could put one of these down here. And maybe another one like around here to hide some of the cables. Not sure. But we just need to VHB tape it down. I did notice that the Voron builds do things, they recommend doing things quite a bit differently. Our VHB tape. I gotta go. I'll watch the rest on a replay later. Thanks for hopping in. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for retweeting. Enjoy the rest of your day and definitely keep us updated on the printer build. It's inspiring me. Maybe I'll be able to start to think about designing my own printer. But see you, Chris. Thanks for hopping in. I don't think that C920 cam is showing you guys very much right now. Now all of a sudden I'm having a ton of problems getting this VHB tape pulled off of the backing. Come on. I think this is one of those examples where I didn't have quite a clean cut. So some of the adhesive from the bottom curls up and just really holds on to that backing. Go, one piece. Two piece. We've already ticked it over to 115. And 1 to 2 millimeters away from the frame. So not quite flush in there. Get this guy out of the way. Get my head out of the way. That should be just about 1 to 2 millimeters, maybe 3 to 4 millimeters away from the edge. This is the end stop. Next we need to get the fan motor or fan mounts. So there's one piece here and then that small piece that I've been kicking around. What I don't see right now, what did I do with it? Oh, it's over here. Pretty efficient with the space, I must say. So one piece goes on from the bottom and it just kind of holds onto the rail. And then the other piece goes on from the top. And they pinch together somehow, I think. Oh, not that way. This way. They pinch together, which holds it nicely. And we need M3 by 12s and M3 by 16s. This is like the second time we've needed these M3 by 16s. Not used super often. So first the 12s to screw this together. This maybe could get done before you have your electronics mounted, because I'm having some interference with them right now. Order of operations thing, like it's still possible. I mean, I can always pop this off now that I think about it. The other side, I guess. Yeah. So you can pop this out just for mounting this. So what I'm doing is almost turning over a bunch of screws, but just tightening this guy down with the ball end, because I can't really get a perfectly straight angle. That just holds these two together, but doesn't seem to completely secure it to the frame. Next we need our fan, 60mm fan, or 40mm fan rather. It needs to be blowing in, and where do they want the cable to go? Doesn't really specify. So I think I will hide it there, and then we screw in from the bottom again with the M3 by 16s. Get this first one started. This cable is going to be quite long, it looks like. These wires, rather. I wonder how many people end up watching the stream, because it's definitely getting some views after the streams are over. I wonder how many people are like finding it via search and posting it in a couple Discords. I wonder how many people are finding it through that. And hopefully it's helping folks who are looking to build this printer and wondering about this kit, or have it and maybe have hit a stumbling block, or just want to look ahead to see like what some of the stuff they're going to have to do is. That's the goal of streaming it, that somebody finds it useful. So these definitely aren't like getting super clamped down. They can kind of move freely, which I don't know if that's Ideal or not, attention, we're going to be doing AC. Here be dragons. Don't plug things in before. So it goes over some standards for electrical wiring. Which are very good to know. It shows the DC voltage. You've got red equals plus and black equals minus. That could be 5 volts or in some cases 3.3 volts. Then over here, there's an international standard, which a lot of the European folk will recognize, and then there's the American standard. So depending on who makes your kit and where they source their wires and what they're used to, you might have different colors. So in Europe, you guys usually have a brown for the live or line, and blue for neutral, and green/yellow for earth. Whereas in the US, we have probably Canada and Mexico as well. We have the live is black, the neutral is white, and the protective earth ground is green. So just some good things to know. Keep DC with DC and AC to AC. No AC DC. So we are going to look at the AC inlet now and get it wired up. So I'm going to orient it just like they have it in the diagram and find our AC parts. So it looks like this is using brown, blue, and green yellow, which is the European standard, or IEC. So total of 5 cables. So the ground is going to come out of the dongle. That's that little prong, the extra prong. And go into the PSU. The neutral is on one side, and it goes over to the far side. The live will come in on the other kind of 2 main prong, get bridged over here and come into this guy. So that is brown. These really secure on very, very nicely. These rubber feet seem to do a good job of covering all of these terminals, such that there's no way that you should be able to touch something unexpectedly. He branches over on a very short run here, trying to make sure they're all seated as far down as possible. We put him on the inside there. And then finally we will have live coming out, brown to brown, and blue to blue. So I know AC wiring will be a bit of a worry for a fair few people who may not have done much of it before. You know, following a guide like this is fairly straightforward though. You've got PE over here on this dongle, blue branches over to neutral, and brown branches over to live, and then they will go out into their corresponding spots in the power supply. That's our AC inlet, which will get processed by the power supply and drop down to the 24 volts that we need. So next we want to pop this guy in. It recommends, it looks like, having the power switch over on the foot side. So these will get passed through here. The cable managed in a while, and then he just pops in. Very simple. I did check to make sure that their fuse looked good, and it did. I also went ahead and I found an extra fuse that came with it. So that's always nice to have. If the fuse does happen to pop, then they give you an extra fuse. Next step is to run those up to the power supply. So let's get this out of the way before we spill all of them. Unfortunately, our tool head makes it a little hard to kind of get things perfectly flat, but we'll do our best. So it's fairly straightforward here. We're just going to go to the corresponding colors and hookups. So live, neutral, ground, following the wiring guide. But we can maybe, I might wait and put these in later just so I can see like where they're the most necessary. We're not going to have a whole lot coming out of the PSU besides the 24 volts to the main board, as far as I know. But all right, let's get a nice chunky flathead screwdriver or Phillips head screwdriver. Get these three unscrewed. Get our live, which is brown, hooked in. Make sure we are all the way in. Make sure things pass the pull test. Our neutral. Passes the pull test. And then finally our ground. Not sure if this spade is a little bit different. Oh, there we go. It wasn't going in as far. Notice the ground up to, or the line up top isn't going in as far as the other ones. But if you flip it, just the way the crimp is fatter on one side than on the other side, it'll help it slot in as far as possible. That's a pretty straightforward run. Maybe I'll print another one of these long boys and have him right here. And then, I don't know, that might hide the wire as well. So I'm going to double check, tighten these down. Everything seems to be connected well. Next, we need to do the power out to the board. So we need one B minus, one B plus. And I'm recommending the topmost of each of those. So we will follow suit. Power supply to motherboard happens to be right here. Pre-terminated, pre-ferruled. I like to see these crimped ferrules on the ends of connectors. So can't complain about that at all. Have the fat part of the crimp facing up. Black is minus. Red is plus. And how do these get passed into our... Do they just go around this edge? That seems a little kind of not great. here is where we're going to see if these are long enough to make it to this board. So, power into the board. It's going to be down, no, yeah, down here. And they go into the corner one. So we need a tiny little flathead. And if we orient it the same way it is in the diagram, we've got red on the left, black on the right. These crimped barrels fit in there nice and snugly. And kind of seat really well. Tighten both of those down. Make sure we pass the pull test. And so now we will find out if I messed up. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're quite long enough. I can move this guy down one. We have two different B- terminals, and I can always move the power supply down too. And we're still a little bit short. So it doesn't look like my plan is going to work out, but the good thing is that since these guys both use the same cleat, I can just swap them back around. Side is a little. So this cable is pre-lengthened to be like exactly long enough. Well, it's a little extra long to get to here. I don't know how this is gonna get routed through yet. If there's gonna be like a little passageway right here. So it looks like we're going to start hooking stuff together. So a lot of stuff is going to come down from the tool head out of the umbilical hookup, but some of the other stuff we're going to have to get from other places, like this, which I still don't know exactly where I'm supposed to strain relief this guy. So you want to kind of make sure that this is pinched down and strain relieved in such a way that it's not sitting on the bottom of the chain or on the top of the chain. If I flip this over. So kind of move the bed up to its highest height, and you want the slack in the chain to be such that the cable is running in the middle of the chain throughout the whole run. So you can kind of pull it down and you know that it's like all on the bottom, and then you can kind of push it up a little bit on the top, and then you want it sitting like right in the middle. But I don't know where we're supposed to tie that down for strain relief. Like there's no good spot right here. I guess the cable chain itself. Like if this goes all the way down to the bottom. So I'm not sure if you can see how I'm jogging those cables, but basically we don't want them pressed up against the outside. So like the longest, we don't want them pressed against the inside. We want them like loosely in the middle. so that they will impact the change the least amount. But I'm just not sure exactly where to relieve them right here. Ideally, I would do these, I think, before I run them to all the other places, but I don't think I missed a step. Go all the way back to the Z motor stuff. Find the gap, but it doesn't say where to. It says guide them through, attach the previously parts to the cable chain to the link. But it doesn't say what to do with them at the bottom. And I'm still not seeing it say anything about what to do with it at the bottom. Alright, so let's just start getting some stuff hooked up in the order that we think is appropriate. We already had that one cable out. You know that this guy gets powered like so through the sort of GPIO pinout array, and then has to go across and hook in over here, which maybe I have these a little bit too high. What I wanted to do was the opposite. I wanted to do this guy over here and this guy over here, but it seems like the cables are just a bit too short for that. Then this is a nice clean cable run right there, but the other way, cables just kind of have to stretch across everything and will look ugly. Especially if they're kind of oddly braided like that. I can tuck them in maybe here. I don't know. I might get some extensions or rewire this, but I'm gonna save it for a little bit later. We just need to hook up all the things. So let's start with the tool head. So from HE port on MCU to J5 port on umbilical. So this is like the only screw terminal on the umbilical. Oh, where's the tiny flat head? So which one is plus and which one is minus? Can't really see. This angle on the board. Let's find the Pico umbilical or the umbilical. Nope, that's not the type of schematic you want. Where's the picture? Where's the B? So I think the square would be ground, but I would like to see the other side to kind of confirm that. No, there's no silk screening for that. I'm silly. I'm being really dumb. It's not polarized. It's just dumb. But presumably. I guess we could peek at our MX burner and just take a look at his pictures. Can't see it. Yeah, it looks like he has the bigger ferrules down on the bottom and these smaller ones going up to the top. And the polarity doesn't matter because it's a big old resistor that gets hot when you apply voltage to it. Guys, sit in there well. Get in your home. Will these fit in there? No. Show you guys what I'm saying. I've got these screw terminals unscrewed fairly bigly. Seemingly about as wide as go in there. I just chipped off one of those guys. So I'm not sure if I don't have good layer adhesion, but they seem very, very weak. But I'm just trying to get this guy into that screw terminal, and he doesn't really want to fit. They've got ferrules on them, which aren't the skinniest ferrules, so maybe I can coax them by squeezing them a little bit. There's something I'm not getting about this. These ferrules just don't seem to want to fit. I'm pretty sure I'm using the right wires. Power supply the motherboard. From HE port on MCU to J5 port on Umbilical. This is the J5, the Jackson 5. These just do not want to fit down into that guy on either side of them. They're also silicone wires, so they don't have a lot of resistance to them. Yep, I just broke another one. So this print is just not a very good print. And I'm gonna have to undo VHV tape in order to get it off. I'm trying to see exactly how it opens up. Weird spot to get stuck on. Wait, is that upside down? Kind of silly if it was. But I think they're just meant to go in on the other side, which is completely obscured. So that would be kind of silly to me, but yes, they are. Why would that, if this is meant to be in here, why would you have that jumper facing the opposite way? Doesn't make sense to me. Where did I put the wires now? So there's plenty of space to get these guys in here if you have them facing the right direction. I don't know. Having the jumper face the opposite way makes sense to me. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Should this jumper face the opposite side? I passed the pull test. Anything else like that? No. Screw out of the way now. Alright, let's try to get him remounted. And this printed piece broke. Breaking all the prints. Come on. There's that finickiness that comes with the V0 build. Just tight quarters. Can't get the screw in. If I tighten the side down a little bit, it'll kind of hold it in place. So I don't have to hold two things in place while I try to get this in. I can also try the other style driver. Find it. These drivers hold screws really, really well, but you just have to kind of get them in a direct line. See those strip out screws. There we go. All right, so now we can run this down to where it needs to be, which is where? Hotend heater is the bottom rightmost. Again, polarity does not matter, but I'm going to keep the same orientation as what's up top, which is, no, I'll do it the opposite. Match it up with everything else on this part of the board, which is red on the left, I think. Positive. Yep. There seems to be kind of one specific direction that these ferrules like to get fed into these screw terminals. What else do we have? Fan 2 port on MCU to J3 port on Umbilical. What is J3? J3 is Hotend. And that's going to go to the Hotend on the fan, which is in the middle. Almost fairly straightforward. Parts fan. Let's get all the fans done. The thermistor wire. From fan 1 port on MCU to J4. So that's probably got to be the rightmost. J4. Just part cooling, yep. That's a bit of a weird peculiarity. One of these little jumpers has plus on the left, minus on the right. I guess it doesn't matter as long as they both go to the same on the other side. This wire, the pins don't actually align with what the ports on the board say they do. So I'm going to see if we can depin those and swap them. If they do. I mean, technically it doesn't matter. But I can imagine this like kind of confusing me if I'm ever having to debug something. I can get these out. There's one. Put the red back on the right. Raise these guys back up a little bit to make sure that they will re-engage. All right, so now I want to plug this guy in. Did I just do the same thing? Oh, it's over. I'm confusing myself. And 1 plus minus plus minus Hotend fan. I want the plus to be on the right. I think I just said it right but didn't do it right. Come on, come out. Guy goes directly into the other one. Oh, guys, have it here. So now when I plug it in, it says plus on the right and negative on the left. So that aligns. But then when we get down to here, I have to make sure they also align. So I need to swap these out. So it would have worked, but I'd rather things be what they say they are, aligned with what they say they are. I mean, somebody could blindly, without having noticed that, build this and it would have been worked correctly, but it could cause confusion down the road. If this was a thermistor, it wouldn't matter, but it's a fan, so. I'm going to check against our buddy MX Burner. And he did not switch his, what I can see. If you look at this, you can see that all the pluses are on the right side, but here on this wire, the red is coming into the minus. And it will work as long as it matches up here on the umbilical, because as you can see up here, they switch. So it has plus on the outside, minus on the inside, minus on the inside. So it switches between those two on the PCB design, but the wires don't correspond to that. I can see why. I don't know why it switches on the PCB design, but I don't know. I'd rather have it aligned correctly. Then the next is the thermistor. Actually, this is the controller fan, so technically he can run all the way up, connect where he wants to, so that's good. It's long. I thought it was going to be longer than it needed to be, but it's actually about as long as it needs to be. That's another one broke. I need to reprint this. I don't understand why the layer adhesion is so bad. And then we have thermistor, which is polarity doesn't matter. Where is TH0 go? Hotend thermistor, TH0. Here. I hope this illustrates how nice it is to have all this kind of pre-wired, pre-crimped stuff. The next, extruder motor, which is all the way on the right side here. And it should go up to the only motor port that is present on the toolhead umbilical. I'm gonna kind of go under. Gotta reach around there, reach around. The motor is here. Extend stop, neopixel, neopixel. I don't think we need any of those. We have our XY motors. And they're different on the different sides. So on the motor side, they have a completely different sized JST header or connector. Why are they so tangled? There we go. Shouldn't matter which one is which. Which is on the top. This looks excessively long though. I suppose we can just send it all the way down the channel. So it's Bob. This is B, this is A. So A should be the second one up. And I'm gonna go underneath. Other wires. Like cable management on a PC. Pretty straightforward. Fun and the slightest bit obsessive. There's a little bit of excess here. So we can kind of double it back on itself. Tuck it under some of the other cables. And then we'll do the same with the A motor. I put the B in the A slot. That would have been some problems during configuration. No, that's the A motor. B and A. Yeah. This is the B motor. Let's start with the A. So it's starting to get a little busy in this raceway. Install diagonal jumpers for X and Y. Don't want to miss that. So where are our jumpers? Over here. Any other jumper callouts? There's a lot of pre-populated jumpers actually. Well, maybe they're just red in this diagram to be red. So we had a little bag in the Pico board box with these jumpers. So assume this has something to do with the Core XY nature of the machine. Our Z motor would be a nice short little guy. It's plugged in here. Then a little bit here. There's a little bit of excess cable. All of these, I wonder if I can kind of find a way to hide away. Find a way to hide away. But underneath the Pico board, a little bit like that. Still a lot of excess. I can definitely see myself redoing this off stream. Hopefully with a raceway that will not snap off so easily. Doesn't look too bad though. What else do we need to get? Our bed stuff, the in-stop stuff. The in-stop comes up here and plugs in here. We need to get our 4 volts bed heater. Hotend heater is already in. 24 volts is already in. USB to Raspberry Pi, so that's this USB cable. Is there another one? Oh. Looks a little long. Interesting, they specifically call out which ports to put them in. Not going to interfere with any panel mounting or anything. I'm gonna leave him out. Tuck him into the raceway last if necessary. So we do have stuff coming from down here. We've got a NeoPixel hookup. How many NeoPixel ports do we have? Could be a number of them. Let's look at the SKR Pico pinout. SKR Pico pinout. Filament run out. RGB is here. This is the only RGB we have at the moment. Top one, and data should be in the middle from what I can see. Quite a bit of excess cable on this guy. I wonder if there's enough room for 2 raceways. Starting to get a little busy in there. The bed heater will come up to here. And then bed thermistor, we need to crimp a JST one. Still have the crimps out from the last time we were crimping JSTs. Do I want to cut this down? Actually, I think it'll be just about perfect if it loops around this way. Let's try it this way first. Our crimpers. And I crimped off a bit too much. Side cutters, scalpels. Pretty good connection. Where's my little crimpy boy? Here it is. So these are the crimpers that a lot of people recommend. The PA engineering, I think they're called. They work fairly well, they're pretty consistent, but you only crimp either the insulator or the conductor, like one at a time. Whereas the kind of ratcheting iWiz ones do both at the same time. So there's a slight difference in that. There we go. So I need RJST. Polarity does not matter for a thermistor. You need to get it facing the right way up. There we go. Crimps do tend to be a little flat in terms of like they're horizontal, which makes them hard to fit in the connector. Maybe it's just how hard I'm crimping them or the specific setting I'm using. But I sometimes have to come back to it and pinch it in a little bit just to make sure it'll fit in the connector housing. There it's in. Wrap them up, and where it is, thermistor. So I'm looking at the right board. Bed thermistor goes all the way up top. It's in there. Kind of pin the cables just to give them enough memory that they'll kind of stay in the place I want. And finally, we need to get these stripped and then get them ferruled up. Not too much. Yeah. I need to remember to, in terms of the music, listen back and find what a good value for, like the decibel level is on the music when it's level like this. And then what a good decibel is for when it's kind of high and the stream starts. Yeah, on my ferrules. There's the crimper. Shrink. Turn the bolt. Where did I put the ferrules? Organization fail. Ferrules, where are you? Oh, nope, not under here. I thought I was done with them, so I think I tried to put them somewhere I remember them. Oh, they're over on the table. With the way it goes. And see if I have the same size as what's on the rest of these guys. I've had this ferrule crimping set for like years and years and I've barely run through any. These are a little short. I'll use these. How long do they need to be? Maybe it's just this one that's short. Yeah. I have the hardest time stripping these heater wires. A pain in the butt. You just got there. All the tools out right now. barreled. Come up here. This guy. And heater bed. I still don't know where to get these guys strain relieved. Oh, these might be too big. Nope. Just need to open it up a little bit more. Get in your home. Hands are too gigantic for these small printers. Colonel Sanders once said, "I'm too drunk to taste this chicken." So what I'm wondering is where I can strain release these guys. I've said it a couple times in the stream already, but I'm not sure if everybody was here. There's no like natural attachment point on the bottom side of the printer. I could just do it at one of the bottom chain links. But I don't know, I feel like there should be just like a little hook somewhere to attach this. And there isn't. So pull it taut, push it. I want it to be like right there and stay there. Hey Renovic, how's it going? Hope I didn't leave you alone in the chat for too long. Just noticed your message. Build's going fairly well. Gotten most of the electronics all hooked up. AC is done. Right now I'm trying to figure out where and how I want to strain relieve these cables coming out of the drag chain. Like there's just nothing really down here for me to attach them to. So I know when I watched Steve's build, he mentioned that you kind of want to pull them taut and then push them up against the opposite side of the drag chain and then find like the middle point so that they're neither touching the inside or the outside, but there's nothing down here to like attach them to. Also, this fan kind of just moves around. And I feel like it should hopefully be locked in place, but maybe I'm mistaken. So I might have to check out some other folks' builds to see like exactly what they did for that particular part of the printer. I just dropped that cable tie and I don't know where it went. But yeah, we got our AC all wired up. I guess that's technically done, so we can pop this guy back on. Nice little power supply cover that I just snapped. I'm not getting good prints out of this particular filament. They're very brittle. So I'm gonna have to reprint that. And he just takes the small M3 screw. Like that. What do we have the most of? 3x8. How are you doing tonight, Renvic? Are you working on any projects or printing anything? Planning anything? Just got back from a trip to Michigan. Okay. Were you in the mitten or were you in the UP? I think that's correct. The Upper Peninsula. My mom grew up in Detroit, and they used to take trips up to the UP. I think she said back when they were young. This M3 screw does not want to thread in. That's a bit long, but it doesn't interfere with anything. So we can do maybe a little cable channel here. These are so brittle, I need to reprint some of these blue parts. I can kind of channel some of the cables right here. That might look a little bit nicer. And then also do one here for all of these cables. We went hiking around the dunes yesterday, and today we went to Michigan Adventure. Is that a theme park? Sounds like a theme park. I've got plenty of stuff to add to my print queue now. This is kind of what I'm thinking for the cable management here. It's obviously not looking great because it's not taped down, but this should cover this stuff up pretty well. Keep any wires from moving around too much. And then one here as well. Yes, it is a theme park. Did you go with, do you have a family? Like, are you married with children, or? He said we. I need to get hiking this summer. I haven't been much yet. I wanted to do a hike for my birthday, but I ended up playing volleyball and doing some other fun stuff with friends. I'm in Southwest Virginia, and there's a lot of really good hiking trails around here. I just need to plan some, get some friends to go, or honestly just go alone. This is what I'm thinking for cable management down here. This is still a little busy and messy. Oh, you're a high schooler. It's pretty cool. I find people of like all ages who are interested in 3D printing. So when you say we, was it family or friends? So I can get these taped down in a bit. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that needs to get hooked up. What other bags of wires do we have? Bagging up bags. So for this Formbot kit, I will say that most of the cables are pretty well linked. They're all pre-crimped. And the connectors are pretty good. There was that one cable that I noticed was kind of backwards in polarity. It didn't matter because of both of them ran, both the negative and the positive ran to their corresponding side, but yeah, that was a little bit weird, and I swapped those around. But other than that, having all these pre-crimped wires has been great. You went with family. Nice. My family wasn't all that big in hiking. I didn't really get into hiking until I got to college. Like, I like to be out in nature, but it was mostly just running into the woods near my house and kind of doing fun stuff. But now more so as an adult, I found myself wanting to spend more time hiking, seeing places I haven't been before. I'm really close to the Blue Ridge Parkway, or fairly close. I'm in Blacksburg, and it's got so many good hiking spots and scenic views. And we're getting all the bags and trash cleaned up. We do have to attach this guy to the Raspberry Pi. This is the antenna, the wireless antenna. I will likely be running this off of wireless. And I think that is on the back. Yep, it's right here. Not really sure where the best spot to mount his antenna will be. I think some of the last three wires we have to worry about are these guys, but as I noted, they kind of have to get messily straddled across the whole thing. A big recommendation would be for Formbot to just lengthen these by like a few centimeters so that they can get kind of tucked into. I don't know. I would like it if they were long enough that I could go around this backside through this cable chain and then back up on this side. They're just a little bit too short to do that. And then I need to figure out what I want to do with this cable on this USB cable. But I think that's everything. Let's see. Checklist. USB to Raspberry Pi. We've got the Hotend extruder, bed extruder, 24 volts in, the in-stop, NeoPixel for the Kirigami bed. You've got thermistor for the Hotend, which goes up into the umbilical. Thermistor for the bed, which goes down the cable chain. You've got controller fan, which comes down and connects to this guy, which is a little loosey-goosey. Maybe I skipped an instruction there. Next, we've got Hotend fan, which goes up into this guy, into the middle. This is the one that the cables were backwards. So you can see all the positives in this diagram are on the right. But for whatever reason... Oh, did I get that wrong still? I did. So the real weird thing is that up here on the Pico umbilical, or the umbilical, it goes positive, negative, negative, positive. So maybe I had it flipped around when I first looked at it, so maybe they could have been right and I was just looking at things wrong. But definitely noticed when I plugged it in originally, it was not correct. Now I just need to get this JST unpinned without destroying anything. That's one. Okay. If I plug in the actual connector, we want positive on the right. Negative on the left. So I'll have to watch back the stream and see if I messed something up there, but I'm pretty sure it just wasn't in the right orientation. So if you're in high school, are you done with school right now? Has high school ended for you? Like for the year, I mean, not necessarily like graduation or something, but I don't like this. This is just dangly and ugly. I do like that you don't have to worry about having an extra 5-volt power source for the Pi, but this just looks terrible. Especially if somebody like goes through all the trouble of really cable managing a lot, and then you just have this like dangly bobbly bit. It kind of kills it. This guy, I just don't feel like I'm going to be able to get all of its excess into this cable chain effectively. Not chain, but raceway. I guess it'll probably fit, but summer break right now, that makes sense. Seems about right. I think that's all the cables I have to worry about. There's nothing down here. I might need to run an extra NeoPixel up to here eventually. There's no X-in stop. There's no... Yeah, X-in stop is the only thing that's up here. And then NeoPixel 1, NeoPixel 2, chamber thermistor. There is a chamber thermistor on this board that can go to another thermistor spot. I just need to figure out where I would want that to be. But I can do that a little bit later, I think. Let me see if I can actually get this back on without breaking it anymore. Nope, that's one broken. So I need to reprint the bottom portion of this raceway. The real like injection molded ones hold pretty well, but I just really don't like that. What is that? Formbot. I think this is fairly neat. It's not the prettiest cable management in the world. I might have to move this Pi up a little bit. You have much summer plans, and I need to figure out where to mount this guy. And why is this guy just so dangly? Did I not attach him correctly? Put it in the correct orientation. Take another look. Yeah, this guy just screwed in from underneath. Maybe I can tighten him down more. Just doing a lot of online courses and playing outside with friends in the evening. That's pretty good summer. I'd say. Not too far off from mine. I'm doing a bunch of AI courses right now. It's like no matter how tight I tighten these screws, they're not really securing the fan to the frame all that much more. Maybe the mating surfaces aren't great on it. I don't know, I'm not seeing why these wouldn't. Fit down together onto the extrusion well enough. Part slots into here. This goes on the top. And they just kind of sandwich together to grab the extrusion, but they're not grabbing it tight enough such that it stays still. Seems weird. Did I skip any instructions? Nope, just slide it in. The other piece on top. Tighten them down. I wonder if a piece of tape will fix things. Like if I just cut up a small piece of electrical tape, will that take up the slack? Ah! Did you catch Steve's stream earlier? Or were you not back yet? Steve was playing with the laser, and I really want to get one now. So if I put this little piece of tape in there, maybe that will be enough. You were not back yet? Yeah, it makes sense. I haven't done very much laser cutting at all. A friend of mine had a machine and I kind of gave him some designs to play with, and did them and then kind of iteratively did some stuff, but I haven't like done much with the laser myself yet. I would like to. Off the screw, where did you go? I heard it. No, that was another plastic piece popping off. I've never had that much layer adhesion problems. That a piece like this would just start popping off. I need to move this piece up. Get more clearance. Yeah, this BHB tape off might be a bit of a pain. Kind of comes off like a command strip if you get it right. And all of the little nasty fuzz on my desk has been stuck to the VHB tape. Add a bit of tape back to this cleat. Have you used any laser cutters? You're making stuff. My buddy David, he's put a laser cutter on like just his regular 3D printer. It's like a low power diode one, of course, but you can do some engraving and etching and cut through maybe some like cardboard. Also wood. Come off. Complete. Attached. Place down where we don't want it. Since I'm not using this power in, I can pretty much put it high as I need it. Really, I can move it over a little bit. Maybe will that be able to get? I don't know. Oh no, it's stuck prematurely. That gives me a little bit more clearance down here. It's kind of torquing around for some reason. It's just not down well. Doing it again. This isn't official 3M VHB, and I'm kind of maybe noticing that. So I kind of want to replace it, but I kind of want to build it to what is provided in the kit. I'm just going to do a whole ass strip here, even though it's too wide. That's tired Brian. Definitely does not like to stick to the 3D print as much as it likes to stick to itself or the acrylic or polycarbonate. Okay, just unplug this guy. Back in. There's a USB cable apparently that comes with the display. What do you think of this cable management so far? Like, it's not the worst, but not the best. Looks good, thank you. I'm noticing the latency seems nice and low. I can like ask people questions and they respond, and it feels like more like a conversation. I think I didn't have it on extra low latency for a little while, and I turned that on recently and it seems better. I know when we were watching Chris's stream or living room workbench, it was kind of rough with some of the latency sometimes. This fan is not fun to put on. And I still haven't found that other screw. See if he will fall out. Nope. It was an M3 by 16, if I recall correctly. I mean, the umbilical definitely helps with the cable management, not having just like a massive clump of wires coming in. To be, you know, pretty fair, the Formbot kit has a lot of the wires at the perfect length already, so you don't have to cut them down. They're pre-crimped. I'm pleasantly surprised with that. I remember watching some Monero's and Steve's builds of earlier V0 kits, and it seemed like there was a whole lot of crimping involved. Excuse me? So now my tape doesn't seem like it's doing it. Fall off. What am I getting wrong with this fan? I'm not getting why it's not holding in place. Tape is still there. Got pushed up. This is not something I've seen or heard anybody else call out. This fan, like, not sticking in place. Trying to take a different orientation. Since there just seems to be too much room in this gap, I'm trying to just fill some of that with a piece of tape. I can eventually reprint the piece. Feels like it should stay in place a little bit better. This is kind of the first Voron PIF piece I've had that has had any kind of clearance issues. Everything else has been like near perfect. All right. I just don't like this. I wish this wasn't a thing. It's this flaccid rubber bandy. This right there just looks awful to me. I want to see if I can reroute this guy. Maybe underneath all this. And tuck the excess down a little bit. I could probably spend another like 75 hours on this and not get it perfectly to my liking, but this is decent for now. Let's do a little bit more cleanup. So these fans, I'm worried about them. The fan here and the fans in the tool head, so I do have some replacement. These are dual ball bearing fans. They're GDS time, and I got them from DFH. So if those go out, I'll be pretty well prepared. But I think that's wiring done. It looks like I have all the slots populated. I've double checked. We've got a lot of NeoPixel sites. We've got the thermistor expansion up here on the Pico or Umbilical. I need to figure out where I want to mount this wireless module. Let's see if there's a guy, MX Burner, I think is his name, and he posted a build guide for this, or a, what do you call it, build log. So I can kind of see what he did for some stuff. See, I don't see him doing any type of what do you call it? Strain relief here. It is interesting to see he's routing his USB cable down and around the fan, around the motor, and then back up. I think I might copy that if I can get this out without ruining everything. So he routed it down around here. just to take some of that excess cable up. And it gets it a little bit less busy in this area. I'll have to wrap that somewhere back there, but that's a good shout. Anything else noticeable? He's got two of these little trays down here. And then he's got the display USB coming into here and going all the way down here and then out through here. So I'll think about that. But other than that, I think ours looks fairly similar. You have to get these taped down, but I think I'm going to reprint them. He did a full length one down here. And it hides these a little bit better. I'm gonna go grab the display and get its wire or USB cable and get it run. So here's a little V0 display. And turning this upside down kind of sucks because the tool head sticks out of the front of the printer. That's not fun. But this USB needs to go in here as well. And then out down here. Through both of these little cable guys. Cable guy. I assume you're way too young to get that reference, Renovate. That's a weird Jim Carrey movie. Cable guy. I think it was Jim Carrey and Ben Stiller. Listen to the ramblings of a old man building a 3D printer. A little busy up here. And will not neat right there. People won't really see it, but I'll know. I'm gonna be long enough to get all the way up to the display. Is it like sticking out the skirt right here? And I guess going into the side of the display right here. I will tuck him away in here for now. Okay. I'm going to reprint these because they snap too easy. Like, all I have to do is just like that and they snap. And I just don't think I got the best layer adhesions for some reason. So I'm going to reprint those. So I'm not even going to secure them down. I'm just going to have them here in place for now. Did he say anything about where he did the antenna? No. And of course, Formbot doesn't have any documentation, so I don't really have any insight as to where the best place to put this would be. I was thinking on a motor would be a terrible spot because of all the interference, but maybe just on the panel here. Try to make the cable as long as possible. He can just hang out for now until maybe I can reach out to somebody and get some insight. Other than that, it's not too bad. This JST connector came out a little bit. I would have been wondering why the NeoPixel's not working. I think I had it in backwards. Things you notice in final little checks. So I'm looking at the umbilical again. Got NeoPixel 2 controller, NeoPixel strip 1, NeoPixel strip 2, and NeoPixel strip 3. So there's 3 strips that we can work up here. So you could possibly do like a side set and a back set. Well, I mean, if I do any kind of funky NeoPixel stuff on the side panels, I can use those as well. Right now I only have the one hookup and it's going to the Kirigami bed. So I need to figure out where else on the board I can and might want to hook up NeoPixels. But I think that is it for the electronics. So next we'll be getting into the skirts and panels. And I need to look up how to get the Big Tree Tech Pi V1.2 set up. That will be my homework. There's the user manual. Let me see if anybody's done anything with the V0. Specifically. I think Big Tree Tech might have some images set up somewhere, or maybe use Clipper installation and update tool. User manual. So it's very cool that Formbot includes this, but then they don't have any documentation about how to get it set up. I think it's a good option for an inexpensive Raspberry Pi alternative, like a single board computer, but they just don't give you any type of idea of how to do stuff with it. So I need to research exactly how to get this set up. I have another one, so I can do some testing with it. It's cool, it has CAN on here, or expansion for CAN already. Got an IR sensor somewhere down here, so I could potentially do something with that. Yeah, I need to do a lot of research for that. That's more in the configuration part. Maybe I can start on the skirts right now. I wouldn't want to start on the side panels. Maybe I'll just do all of that together. It doesn't look like the skirts will take very long. I also do kind of want to maybe do a mesh backing to the skirts. I did that for my Switchwire Ender 3 Switchwire build, and it looks pretty cool. Let me grab that. More tools put away and out of the way. But so here is a skirt for the V0, and it's got this mesh grill, kind of hex grill to it. So that'll stop anything big from getting through there. But then here is a grill I did for, or skirt I did for the ender wire, which I'm going to be building. And you can see I just did a simple color change, but I like the effect it adds. So I'm imagining like this skirt down here with just that like blue highlight behind it. I think that that could look pretty cool. I guess this skirt just fits in sort of like that potentially. But yeah, like a blue back to this I think could look pretty cool. Just a little color accent down here to set off these other color accents. I don't know if they go that way or this way. What do you think? Should I go for, because I can basically just modify the CAD and trace this outline and then save out just like a couple layer version of it that's just a solid block, and then you turn off the top and bottom layers and just do infill, and I can glue it to the back of this, so I don't even need to reprint these. I can just kind of do a low tech version of it, but I think it might look kind of cool. How many different skirt pieces are there? I could try the stealth skirts. I have not seen the stealth skirts. I'm going to look those up in just 1 second. How many skirt pieces are there? Mini skirts. Let's look up these stealth skirts. Voron V0 stealth skirt. By Maverick, does that look familiar? Are there more pictures? Oh, the pictures. Ooh. Oh, okay. So they have a stealth burnery design to them. And then are these extra fan ports on the side? Oh, man. So how... So I did reprint this leg. So this is the back right leg. This is this leg. So this would include the filament runout sensor. I wonder if there's any compatibility issues with this. So this is a remix of the leg that's in the V0.2 revision 1. But in the new revision, these are 2 millimeters taller, but this person remixed it so that they're not 2 millimeters taller. but I wonder if, do the legs have to get reprinted at all? It kind of looks like they do. So I wonder if there's like a remix. Yes. Okay, so I wonder if there's a remix that has the filament runout sensor in it. I do like the idea of a filament runout sensor. It helps me use a lot of small lengths of filament. So I'll look into these and see if there's a remix. But I do like just having the mesh behind it like this. Maybe I can do this for the short term. I do also like having the NeoPixels in there. Dang it, I'm seeing all these mods I want to do. I haven't even finished building the printer yet. These accents stick into here. Which way do the skirts face? This way? I'm gonna mess around and end up installing the skirts tonight. I didn't really intend to do that. It's like you're never finished with all these mods and stuff. You get a printer to a decent stopping point, and then instead of actually starting to print with it, you just start seeing all the mods that you want to do. So these are the front two skirts. Front side skirts. They'll go here. And here. You know what? We're gonna do some of the skirts now. My stomach's grumbling. Can't go too much longer. So which side does it have you do first? Skirts right side? So that would be this side. I mean, if it's just a few M6 screws or M3 screws, it's not that big a deal. This is not it. It looks like they're keyed so they like won't go in wrong. I'm not seeing something. How do these fit together? The one here. Oh, they go the same. Oh, okay. They don't register together that way. I thought that the hexagon fit together. I did see somebody say that they didn't like how these were split this way, so they modified it. Like they didn't like the way that the hexagons come together. People were so finicky, but I can understand that. So let me see, how hard is it going to be to align these? There's 2 screws or 2 nuts per. And M3x6, which we don't have a ton left of. This is what we're looking at for M3x6. And it looks like you can kind of pre-screw them in and then sort of drag the skirts onto them. Look what you made me do, Renovix. I'm staying up extra late now. Oh no, that's the... Do the bottoms have the solid holes in them, or the... No, they have the little slots. Definitely need a ball end for this. This piece. Oh. It kind of seems like these are meant to kind of slot in. Then they don't. Stealth skirts. What are some other mods I was thinking about doing? Just some more hints of color in places. So I presume they have us do the left side afterwards, which is pretty much the same deal. Two of these. What mods were you looking at when you were kind of considering building a V0? I do want to do something to add a little bit of color down here. I was doing the extreme speed printer upgrade Hotend to Goliath. External cooling, like the curtain fans, you mean? 48 volt NEMA 17, all-wheel drive. Belted Z. Some build plate lights and stealth skirts. That's sounds like you had things nicely planned out. Yeah, and I do recall you saying that you were looking to get like a very, very high speed build, so that's why you were thinking of getting the Formbot kit, because you don't need a lot of stuff that comes in like some of the more expensive kits. If I recall correctly. Flooding and all that. Also, I would use the M4 extruder. I like the M4 a lot. I put it on my kind of Voronized TiVo Tornado, and it's doing really well. It's probably, I feel like it's the best, what do you call it? Bowden extruder I've ever used. I've used some, all the Creality style ones, both the plastic ones and the 2-drive. Oh, come on. Why aren't you lined up? Yeah, but I think aside from direct drive, the M4 is about all I could ask for. Alright, side panel's done. Rear panel is just one side, one piece. It looks like this is the guy. Doesn't that cover the fan quite a bit? A little bit. And what are these? M3x6s again. Ah! There's a screw down. This is just an awkward one to get started. I also put a orbiter filament runout sensor on my M4 extruder, and it's actually working pretty well. I made like a custom housing that kind of sits on the outside, so you can still unlatch the extruder, but then, and since it's a smart filament runout sensor, you can do stuff like when it goes past the sensor, it'll automatically start to feed it all the way through the Bowden system if you set it up correctly with the right macros, which is kind of nice. That took frustratingly long. And for the front skirts, I already have those two little accent pieces loaded in. Yeah. And will these be M3x6? I might try to making a DIY filament sensor because I have some micro switches. Yeah, they definitely work. And if you get them, so I bought the LDO orbiter sensor PCB, and all it is two switches, and basically there's a macro that checks the state of those two switches, so you can set them up as a G-code switch, and then so when the ball bearing passes over 1, it checks the value, and then basically starts a G-code macro that feeds all the filament through. So you can get some smart filament runout sensor kind of functionality if you set up the macros the right way. Macros. And then the other switch just acts as like an unload button. So I thought it was like a little bit more sophisticated than that, but fairly simple. And now we're going to do the display, I guess. I guess that's this piece, this guy. What did I do with the display? Like heat up, cool down, LEDs on and off on home. Yes. Also saw skirts. Yeah, who did that? I think it was Vector 3D, if I'm not mistaken, made some like buttons on the skirts. I think he sells the files, so I don't think they're free, but I don't imagine they're too expensive. So the LED diffuser was already pre-installed in there. Another nice little touch from the PIF parts. I fit the board, and then we need these two bracket pieces. This looks like one. Where's the other one? There's the knob. Alright, how does this work? The USB on the right. This guy is on the right as well, and he snaps in somehow. It will screw in with M10 tapping screws, I assume. Oh, there's two right here. Okay. Okay. I've actually not really watched anybody do this part of their build. It's kind of the least sexiest part and the part I was least worried about, so I didn't really tune in all that much for it. Let me get these threaded through enough that they can start to register into the bottom portion if I don't drop it. So let me see if I can find those Vector 3D ones I was thinking about. I noticed them when I was on the site getting the files for the heat press. Some other people likely have done something similar, but I just know that he has some files on his shop, I think. If I'm mistaken, Voron. These the ones that you saw? Heat up, I don't know what the maintenance does. Stop. And I assume you can make these like whatever you want if he provides you with the right files. But he's got like a custom PCB for it. This would be cool. It's 46 for his PCB. So there is a MCU on it. So it's not just simple switches the way he's implemented it. What is that? Like a Atmega 32U. USB back here. So I think it could, somebody could DIY it, maybe just using his files. But I mean, if you appreciate the work he put in and like it, he's also got the flat flush screen mod, it looks like. So the one that sticks out. I'm not sure if that's the default V0 screen though, because it looks kind of big. But I don't feel like I'll use the screen all that much. Like I occasionally cancel a print to a screen, but if I have full online control, I don't really do it much. This would be pretty cool. Oh, is this meant to go on, does he have this installed on a 2.4? That's got me thinking about some fun stuff I could do. Alright, let me get this other part of the screen set up. I'm just throwing stuff around now. It's getting late. I think there's someone in the community who made a V0 one. Gotcha. I might hop on printables and see if they're on there. I haven't really used the Voron mod, like whatchamacallit, very much. The mod browser. Kind of feels a little overwhelming when I get in there. Where's the flathead? Alright, let's get back to the manual. Back to the task kit and put the knob on. It does have the D flat on it. Come on. It's a bit of a tight fit. I might be babying it a little bit. That doesn't look like it's on as far as it should be. Does that really not go all that far down? And then, oh, so this is a blank for if you don't want the screen, which PIF provides. And then this is, you do want the screen. Is that right? And then 3x6 as always. It might be good to got it plugged in. Oh, it has to come through the outside to plug in. And probably through one more over. Make it through either of these holes. No. So I have one more M3x6. I might have some laying around that fell off the table and I picked up, but doesn't feel aligning well. Okay. I already pre-ran that cable. I feel so smart. And I'm not going to put the bottom panel on because we're still going to need to mess with stuff and things. The cable pass-through we already have done. And next would be panels. So I'm not going to get into the panels. But the skirts were fairly straightforward and easy enough, so I'm kind of glad I did them tonight. So I think I'm gonna print a longer one to go down here. And hopefully one that will not be so brittle. And same for here, print a longer one. Hopefully these cables are all long enough if I pull the slack up that they fit through or pop out correctly. There is a little bit of gap up here that's not perfectly aligned. But hey, we have a 3D printer. Get you plugged back in. I don't know if you saw, but the all the wires for the tool head were almost perfectly to length. I was very pleasantly surprised. Like after you run the cable management, the extruder motor one was a little bit long, but I ended up just tucking it back in between the motor and this mount. So any of the excess is kind of tucked back there and it just looks super clean. Maybe I could print something that kind of like just covers this so it's a little bit cleaner. This isn't the prettiest motor kind of casing in the world, but yeah. I guess I'll wait to run the reverse Bowden tube for a little while. Trying to think if I want to do anything. Hey Steve, how's it going? I have been going a while. I kind of kept going and going and going. Got a second wind, and we got all the electronics installed. Of course, since this is a Formbot kit and they don't have any custom, what do you call it? Documentation. I can't talk right now. Some of the wiring has been a little bit kind of, well, I guess this is how this should work, but I like the umbilical PCB. It makes it easy just to get stuff these very short lengths. All the cables are pretty much 2 length. The motor cables from the A and B motors are way too long. I might recrimp those, I might not. This cable is how they get power from the board over to the Pi, and it's too short in my opinion. I mean, even if I move the Pi over a whole bunch, I would just like this to be long enough that I could like run it underneath everything and back up on the other side. But otherwise, yeah, I was just talking about how clean the wiring for the tool head was. All the wires were cut to length and already pre-crimped, and that worked out pretty well. I replaced the printed parts with some standoffs I had, and I have some black standoffs coming that I'm going to replace these with eventually, so it'll look a little bit cleaner up there. It looks good from here. Well, I take that as a very big compliment. I was just planning on getting the wiring done, but then I looked ahead a little bit. I need to learn how to get this Big Tree Tech Pi set up. I haven't done much. Put heat shrink over it. Oh, these two? That's actually a pretty good shout. I didn't even think of that. I definitely have some that should be the correct diameter. What else was I thinking? We were talking mods with Renovic. He pointed me to the stealth skirts, which look really cool. But I know I do want to do some of the changes that they made for the revision 1. So I think that these require custom feet. So if nobody's remixed these, then maybe I'll take a shot at doing it myself. It does look pretty cool. Kind of makes everything look very stealth burnery. Extra cooling. Can't complain about that. I don't know if those fans are push-pull or if they're only on one side. But Renovic was running me through everything that he would do if he if it was his build, and I'm taking some inspiration from that. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased. I noticed they have you doing stuff with the printer turned upside down and the tool head is up here, and I was worried about, you know, loading up the tool head too much. But I don't think that there's much they can do in terms of like the instructions to change the order of stuff. I just didn't like having the printer set up. I guess I could get some boxes, some like filament boxes to kind of hold it like this so that it's not sitting on top of the print head. But yeah, doing stuff with things sitting like this was a little bit difficult. Yeah, I've done that with spools. That makes sense. I guess one question I have that you can provide some insight on is, now that I have the knob and screen on, it's kind of hard to show. These cables that come out of the cable chain, ideally I would want them strain released on the bottom, right? Oh, I need to switch the overhead. So these are coming out of the cable chains, and right now they're kind of loose. There's no real good spot to kind of strain release them, because I know in videos you've mentioned that you want to kind of have the cables floating such that they're not pulling on the inner diameter or pushing on the outer diameter. They're kind of like floating in the middle. So I'm not really seeing a good spot to tie these down. Can you get a zip tie around the last link? Possibly. I was kind of thinking of that. You think that should be static enough, right? When the bed comes all the way down. Yeah, that doesn't bend whatsoever down there, so that should work. Just around this last link. I had a cable tie out to do that. So can I get enough slack under you guys? And under the... So do you mean just this little hook of plastic, do you think? Or all the way around the chain? Yeah, that'd be enough, okay. Just have to get it through. Can't really see where it's going. Yeah. This is finicky. I go under here and then get around all the cables somehow. Probably just not thinking about this in the best way. That might work. Down through the bottom, around the cables, back out the other side, and then we will be attached to both the cable and the link. Oh, don't you dare fold into that chain. There we go. start it pulled a little taut. And we can get our wires, pull them all the way down, push them up, try to get them in, floating in the middle, and tighten it down. As I move the cable chain, it would be an easy mod to make a wire strain piece that bolts to the tapped hole at the end of the vertical. Oh, true. Down here. And then, yep. But yeah, this is what the bottom is looking like. I printed out these little LDO mimicking conduit runs, but they're super brittle. I already showed, but like if you know how you can usually with these conduit just kind of press it up here and then snap it over the top. If you try to do that with these, like since they're printed vertically, and maybe my layer adhesion is bad, they just kind of snap off. So I'm gonna probably try to print some and see if I can get better layer adhesion out of them. But they're kind of a nice little mod. I actually saw these on the forum, which I've been poking around. Print them in PETG or nylon. Yeah, that makes sense. I have some black PETG. I don't have any blue. But I have been doing a build log on the forum, and then there's another guy with the same Formbot kit, and he's been going over his stuff as well. So if Reddit, really craps the bed and never comes back, maybe this can take over for where people post a lot of that stuff. And of course, there's the Discord as well, but I kind of like having this forum site as well as a kind of alternative place to go. Yeah, I like it way better than Reddit. It doesn't have a lot of the loud people on it or rude people on it. It's just people who are actually interested in buying the printer or, interested in Voron printers. So I've been enjoying it on here. Yes, please post that. I really want to build a Trident. So having a well-documented kind of supplement to your streams, I think would be really, really good as well. I've also been following this build by Rob. But this reminds me of a lot of the PC forums I used to be on, where people would do build logs for their custom PCs and just post pictures and like talking about the stuff that they've been going through. Oh yeah, Rob just subscribed a little while ago. Small world. Uh-oh. That's not good. A lot of crimping. Crimping ain't easy. As Nero would say. Just using some printed snap covers to go over the extrusion. Oh, okay. These are kind of like the open build things that you put on the Mercury, I think, if I recall correctly. But yeah, especially for a kit like this Formbot kit, which doesn't have any documentation, and you need a combination of the the stock Voron manual plus the umbilical information, plus information on the Kirigami bed, plus information from LDO. Honestly, I've been using the LDO documentation a lot for especially stuff like the Kirigami bed and some of the wiring, because Formbot just doesn't have any. And maybe that's a way that they save money to make their kit as inexpensive as it is. They don't have to worry about having a lot of documentation. It is fairly close to a stock kit. There's not a whole lot of changes or anything, but it's just like you have to jump around and find documentation where you can. So I'm hoping I'll get my build guide or build log kind of up to date and post as many pictures, and so I'll have a video format of it in streams, and then also a little bit of another type of documentation. Wait, what did I just click on? It's getting late. I'm getting sleepy. Here's mine. So I definitely need to update this, but it's kind of a fun little way to, you know, document your progress, share your experience with others. Oh no, some of my pictures are not sharing correctly. I need to fix that. Oh, this guy did individually sleeved. Or is that just red pep wire? One thing I found is there's not a whole lot of pictures of exactly what the umbilical looks like all put together. Obviously Formbot doesn't have any pictures, but even on the maybe I can talk to Timit about it, the GitHub for the umbilical, like there's this kind of lo-fi type of image, which I think is for the 0.1 because it has this curved bottom at the, or the 0.0. It has this curved bottom, but there's not very much in terms of like what this looks like all assembled. And it would be kind of nice to have that in the documentation. So I'm assuming Timit probably is using something like a Pico Umbilical or CAN bus or something like that. But I'd be willing to take pictures of mine if it would help. Just have people have an example of exactly what the setup should look like. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get ready and call it here. I'm trying to plan ahead what I need to do. I need to look up how to get this Big Tree Tech Pi up and running with the image, and hopefully the configuration should be fairly fast since, you know, this is a fairly stock V0 other than the umbilical and the Kirigami bed. I'll be very interested to see how this weird V6 style ceramic core heater or ceramic heater core Hotend works. It's included in a couple other kits, but I'm not sure if this is one that's like specifically made by Formbot or if they're getting it from, you know, some third-party source white label kind of deal. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with where we have gotten with the build. And I want to probably redo some of the electronics. As nice as I think they look reasonably nice, I feel like I can probably on a second attempt kind of get things a little bit neater. I definitely need to reprint this guy and do a couple other reprints. But thank you for everybody who hopped into the stream. Go back to this camera. It's been really, really nice to be able to build this and kind of chat with people, get people's insights, have people let me know when I'm doing something wrong and or ask people for advice. It's kind of like you're building with other folks, even though they might be around the world. Renedick, you've been hopping in almost every single stream. Thanks for that. Steve, I think you've been close to every stream as well. It was really nice having you, Steve and Timit at some points in here kind of giving me tips on stuff. Timit helped me when I was worried about running the belts, just kind of what the best way to do that was. So it's been really, really fun to kind of build with people on stream. It's something I thought I would enjoy, but I've actually enjoyed it a whole lot more than I thought I would. So a little bit, yeah. You made it in for a little bit, but I mean, you're usually doing your own stream on the days I'm also streaming. Probably hopping into a couple other people. I think Zombie was streaming tonight. So I definitely appreciate any time that you or anybody from the Voron team can pop in. I've been inspired by your streams, learned a lot of things from your streams. So I think that this has gone a lot smoother for me having watched a lot of your stuff, your content, than it would have without it. So definitely a huge asset to the Voron building community. But thanks for everybody who's hopped in today. Hope your builds and printers and prints and projects go really, really well. And I will see you in the next stream. See ya.